And we are live.
Hello.
Who are you?
Hello.
Heidi ho.
Fox is
Okay.
shaking their head, so I'm assuming that means we're not live.
Or the bot's broken.
No,
I'm here.
it's fine.
I just have
All
food in
good.
my mouth.
Combination thereof.
I forgot to put the new Twitter link into it, so I was doing that real quick.
Ah.
Yeah, I saw the shaking in the head. I thought, I was like, wait, are we not live? Did I
take us live on the wrong channel again?
Did I do that? I have to do that at least twice a year.
We haven't met quota yet, so
I mean, I am so paranoid that I'm going to do that every time I go live on my own channel, I like quadruple check OBS to make sure I'm on the right profile and scene settings for my stream, and I'm not going to broadcast to Behold RP again.
Don't you normally do that when we're doing like charity streams?
What's that?
Like when we do big, like the big
when we did we've done
ones?
Yeah, I've done it once to where half of one of the 24-hour streams was a bonus episode of Destiny Forged.
Mhm.
We did that for 1 year, and then I think I've done one other stream over on my channel that was for our game. I forget what it was for though. But that was like intentional. I mean, I've done it like purely by accident. Broadcast the wrong channel, so that's always fun. But
we know, we've been there.
here we are for another episode of Into the Wildlands Part 2. Last time around, you guys were in a bit of a pickle as you got the attention of a group of guards after a certain someone jumped out a window. Not naming names, not pointing fingers.
But we all know who we're talking about.
But we all know who we're talking about.
I don't know that person.
This incident led into a huge chase through the city as someone, I believe it was Reaver who cast Pass Without a Trace in order to help everyone get through the city back to the tram. And this somehow alerted a guard, or not a guard, some creature that the other two that were with it went into a berserking rage and started chasing after you. Further on into the chase, absorbing some of your spells that you had thrown up to throw it off of its course, and then throwing out a black ball of arcane energy, seemingly erasing whatever it struck from existence. You dipped into a junkyard to hide from it, but your paths crossed again, and Farron came face to face with it, which it then copied her face, but it was more rotting and decayed, which put her into a sense of paralyzing fear. And then a few of you saw the creature reach out and touch Farron, and she vanished. This then led into combat where Reaver was also pulled inside of this black void. Though you managed to get out of the situation without anybody losing their life, though the death of the creature did send out sort of an anti-magic nova, wiping the spell slots away from those who were within its range. So as we pick up today, you are still inside of this junkyard, though minus one hulking void creature screaming for your death. And as you sit there catching your breath, trying to run through what just happened in your mind. Dorngal, you notice there's a small, almost lightning-like flicker in front of you as this small black marble sort of hovers in front of you. Inside of it you can see this swirling blackness that begins to change every now and then from a black to a deep red and then back to black. Lightning every once in a while licking off the outside of this orb.
I'm gonna do a dumb and grab it.
Okay.
I mean, that seems right for Dorngal. No offense.
He only knows about natural dangers. This is not a natural danger. This is like, weird arcane hoobajoo. It's not his
The new
forte.
tickle.
I was really wondering if I should put this in here.
The answer's always yes.
And I'm like,
to be honest.
nobody's gonna try to grab it, right? After what,
Underestimate our stupidity, sir.
after what just happened, nobody would
Have
grab
you
it,
not
right?
have you not met my character?
Okay.
There's always one.
Fair.
There's always one.
So, those of you who are up, see Dorngal reach out and grab this marble. And for a moment, you don't feel anything, Dorngal. It just is in your hand.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
And then you begin to see the world around you kind of beginning to fade to black.
Oh, that's not good. Am I conscious when this is happening, or is like I'm getting woozy? Like
It's not it's not that you're losing consciousness. It's almost as if your sight is changing. As the world around you begins to darken, and then your sight changes to like that of it, like the colors being flipped. Everything is now black and white.
So I see the world in infra.
Those around you seem just to be colorless shapes. You can tell that they're people.
Oh,
But
there's no
Aside from
there's
that, there's no discerning features or anything to them. They're just outlines.
This is not good. I think I am blind.
And as the rest of you see this happen, you see Dorngal reach out and grab this orb. And he just kind of staring off as his body begins to almost vanish. And then a small band of cloth seems to come up from the ground where the last creature fell as that robe goes over him. And now standing in place of Dorngal is that creature.
Do I need to make a new character?
You need to make a new character.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
shit.
Wow.
As
No save insta-death.
no, it's pretty much akin to touching a sphere of annihilation. As the creature kind of opens its hand, flexes its fingers for a moment, looks at all of you, and begins to walk off.
You were fun, my friend. I enjoyed you.
Dorngal
while you
was
lasted.
fun.
Zora's gonna be pissed.
I mean, technically, all of our characters need an overhaul after this because we all changed our appearance. Especially you and I, we did major changes in our appearances.
I have no clue what you're talking
Alright,
about.
No.
I do not have a level 12 backup ready to go, so you need to bear with me for a second.
That's all good. I
did
will.
not expect. It's like
Right off the bat.
it's
Wow.
like star of the show, character death. Woohoo!
You know, I expect nothing less from Zatron.
That's fair.
I mean, granted, if it was any other of my characters that knew anything about Zatron, I wouldn't be anywhere near this thing.
Rose would be
you
having
know
a
it all.
fit.
Yeah, Rose would be like, "What the fuck are you doing, you dumbass bear? Don't be touching that shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?" It's like slap it, like, no, don't touch it. Bad magic.
I added a character sheet to your journal.
Ugh. Alrighty.
Dorgal's a cousin, right? Just copy and paste, right? No, just kidding. Well, I'm really
Oh,
not sure
shit.
what just happened, but I think we need to leave this area as I was specifically setting off 40-foot columns of fire, and I'm pretty sure that's noticeable.
We can't leave without Dorngal.
Oh, somebody with an arcane brain.
I mean,
That would be you.
that
That's
sounds like
me,
the
right?
cat. That sounds like the
is-
cat.
I just had a moment of wait, that's me. Shit.
I too would like to roll for. Are they dead?
Very, very dead.
Don't know what the fuck just happened, but this is... Dorgal disappeared and
Oh.
that creature appeared, but...
Would you like an arcana?
You most definitely can give me an arcana.
Oh,
Is the bear gone? Uh, 14?
14. You don't know necessarily what happened, but at the same time, you have a good idea that that's not Dorngal anymore.
I guess I should ask if I can do a religion to understand what happens, but here we will, so...
You can do a religion.
That's also 14.
By our
Yeah.
powers combined, we have part of a clue.
You're not
Oh, is it-
necessarily
is it a
sure.
raging clue?
What's that?
Is it a raging clue?
You're not
Sorry,
you're not entirely sure as to what happened. You're not even sure if this has to do with any sort of god or religion, though you have a feeling that unless you've got some form of powerful magic on your side, Dorngal is not coming back.
let's see.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing short of the gods will bring back Dorngal at this point. He's gone. I'm more flip out my book of the dead and write Dorngal's name down. Close it and put it back in.
I have
Making
a
it-
better concern.
He's
Does
Making
this
been-
fall
he's
under
been
the
psyched off.
category of we will forget him?
No,
Okay.
Dorngal still exists in your mind.
Oh. Reaver, I have probably news you don't want to hear. I don't think we're getting Dorngal back. I think Dorngal was consumed by or transformed into whatever just walked away.
Amelia, don't you get your abilities from gods? Surely they can help.
Unfortunately, I'm only allowed to ask for their help every so often, and I already used it to break the bond I had to Farron. And even that, I'm not sure is powerful enough magic to bring back. This would be some high level.
When is the next time you can ask them for a favor?
7 more days.
We can't hang around for 7 days.
Short of ending up with those wish spells that Therian had, I think it takes something of that level to bring him back. And even then, it might not work.
Well, I may have access to that level of magic.
If you're talking about that deck, don't do it. There's
am
far
talking
more
about that
dangers
deck.
in there than there are.
I actually forgot you had that deck.
Got 2 things in my inventory: the Warhorn and that deck.
I guess you used to have a sword, but that's gone now.
Yeah.
The scary thing
And
is,
if we're-
though, is you have the full deck.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's
This
worse.
is the full deck.
Minus balance, because balance is non-existent anymore, because the alignment system in D&D is just tabletop Myers-Briggs test.
Either way, whatever we're going to do, we need to do away from here. As I said, 40-foot columns of fire kind of brings attention. I expect someone to be coming in here real soon looking for whatever was going on.
Well, if we're perhaps lucky, that particular deck could solve all of our problems. Or it could cause significantly more problems.
Or all of our deaths.
That
Instead,
is
just Dorngals.
very much a possibility as well.
Either way, let's... Maybe do you mind showing us the way we should go? I'm assuming you know which way to the tram from here.
I have an idea, but perhaps somebody should check on Theron. She does not look well.
Dorngal had the high-powered healing magic. I can basically kiss a boo-boo and make a little owie go away.
Yeah, that's the chunk right there. Is you guys lost your main healer.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Sorry.
Damn you for doing what Dorngal would do.
You know, I approve because if Dorngal did it, I would have done it.
Ben, do you have enough in you to walk around, or you need a little boost?
Oh. She's going to be like, boost.
Let's see what spells do I have left.
In memorandum, Dorngal.
Yeah. I'll drop a level 3 healing word. Farron. Unfortunately, healing word's the only healing spell I have on me right now.
Walk.
So. And...
Look, just because the bear character
13.
died doesn't mean we need bear puns in chat.
Yes, we do.
Unbearable, okay?
You get 13 HP.
13, I'll take it.
I'm sorry, I dropped the healer.
Okay. I'm at 22.
Sorry.
It's okay.
At least we need to get somewhere else so we can rest. Just not here.
You hear that, Azrin? We need a healer.
No, you need a healer.
I need a healer.
I know. I'm trying to find a healer, not healer.
I want you to make a healer and smack me with a shield to heal.
Oh, you remember that character?
Yes. Oh, I'll be right back. Hold on.
So we have a decision to make then. Do we retrieve the dwarf, or do we just leave?
think we just leave. We don't even know if he could be the one that tipped them off to us in there. He left before we even woke up.
Oh, if you remember,
He left a note.
no, you sort of tipped them off because you cast
I know.
divine intervention.
But he could have tipped them off before I did that.
Gotcha.
But I think it was the sending spell that also tipped them off.
I think it's like multiple spells that we did that ticked them off.
A little bit.
There was a series of bad decisions that were made.
Yep.
I'm sitting here like continuously shuffling the deck.
I'm concerned. We don't need 2 dead characters.
For the team, I will also pull.
Well, the only one who could technically pull right now is Reaver, because Reaver's in possession of the deck.
I don't want to play Go Fish with a deck of many things.
Well, maybe we at least go down the way and find ourselves an alley to sit in until we make a decision. Let Farron rest up a bit.
Seems wise, yes. Let's head in the direction of those dwellings at the fork.
Or what's left of them.
What's what left of them? Yeah. As you get to the fork in the road, you notice that there are a lot of missing buildings, just foundations now in that area, as well as you people calling out for loved ones, asking if anyone's seen somebody. The entire area seemingly being a hotbed of fear and confusion.
Yes, we will just look for any kind of out of the way alley or something that we can dip down to take a breather out of sight.
There is most definitely alleyways you can take a dip into. You cut through a couple of them, trying to escape this creature previously.
We kind of find a spot that feels at least out of sight. Reaver will sit down and he'll pull out the deck box and just kind of set it down on the ground between his paws. Up at the rest of the group, the remainder of the group. So what's our play here? We can continue through this way. That will lead us potentially to the dwarf. And then we can leave after retrieving him. Or we can just leave without him. Or I pull from this deck box and hope that helps us in some way. It seemed to work for Therion every time he did it.
From what you've told me, though, Therion was careless and, what's the word I'm looking for?
Foolish, irritating, old, annoying,
All the above.
Senile?
senile.
Therion might have just had very good luck and If you believe it passed on to you, maybe. But couldn't that just kill you?
Could arguably say the same thing for almost everything you encounter on a day-to-day basis.
There's a difference between willful death and accidental.
I've spent many, many years traveling with Therian. Everything is accidental. But it isn't just my decision to make. We're all in danger here, so it is a decision we should make together.
I'm thinking one of two things have happened. Not all the guards chased after us. They could have recognized and known whose dwelling that was and gone after the dwarf. Or he took them off to us and left before they came so that we could get caught. Or he is what he says he is, and they're still on to him, and the time has been ticking for them to find him. I think the safest bet is to get out ourselves with the information we have. That way we can complete what we came here to do. And if we're lucky, we can come back for him.
I would agree with you. However, we don't have a whole lot of information, do we? We know that the tram system is running, but parts of it are damaged. We don't know which parts. We know that there's a rebel group here somewhere, but we don't know where. We don't know how many. We know that there's infighting, but we don't know where in this complex that fighting is taking place. This dwarf may have all those answers.
We still have more information than the people outside, and our job is to get the tram running. It's running.
You're not wrong. Marius, Farron, what do you think?
I think we should continue with what we need to be doing and try at a later time when we're in less of a dangerous situation where our actions are needed till we try to do something, for lack of better words, reckless to bring Dorngull back.
Farron, what about you? What do you think we should do here?
I didn't die right now.
It's fair. I think we're all feeling relatively the same. Sounds like the consensus, then, is that we should leave while we still can. Hopefully, still can. Marius, can you do me a favor?
Quite possibly.
Can you pick up this deck box and tuck it back into the pouch on my side? I don't have thumbs.
Oh, absolutely. I will very, very carefully pick up the box and stuff it back in the bag. Much as I'd like to seal it away into the different realm. Just go with that for now.
You make it sound like I would allow the deck to be banished.
I mean, we're lucky that this was a majority vote here. If it was tied in any way, I would have just pulled from the deck.
I'm surprised you're not pulling. I mean,
Yeah.
Reaver really wants to. I, as a player, don't, obviously. But Reaver really wants to because he watched it work so many times for Therian.
Reaver's like, it worked for the old man.
Right? And
it worked for a lot of us because we got so many other
Reaver
pulls.
It's not the wisest or the most intelligent. So, he's not thinking about it that deeply. But
Deck's still there. I mean,
yeah,
not going anywhere.
If we run into trouble on our way out, I might just throw 52 cards in the face of whatever that trouble is. But now that
52 card pickup.
Now that it's tucked away, I'll take a look around where we are and see if I can determine the best way out from here.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a survival roll.
Do we want to spend enough time here to let Farron catch her breath?
Maybe. That's a 21.
21. Now that the chaos has all but cleared, you get a good grasp of where you're at, and you feel you can easily direct everyone back towards the correct passageways and streets to make it towards the tram, if that's the way you want to go. You have a feeling that if you were to try to go out the front entrance of the mountain, you're probably about a good 3 days travel time from the town up to the mouth of the cave.
We'll relay that information to the rest of the group and ask them which route they want to take.
I think we should go out the way we came in. I think between Farron and I, we can lift Reaver up to the opening we had to drop down out of.
Are you sure it was fairly high up?
I think between the two of us, we can do it. The key is getting the timing down.
All the things the wizard doesn't know, teleport is among them.
Unless you know a safer way out.
No. I don't think there is any safe way out, but going back the way we came is certainly the quickest.
Very true.
Shall we go now, or does everyone need a moment to rest?
Did we ever find that sword?
No.
That is concerning.
It's very concerning. However, without this war horn, I don't believe they can use that sword to wake up any world dragon. From what I was told, it requires a combination of the two items.
Just don't throw the horn at them.
I unfortunately cannot promise that, but I will try my best.
Fortunately, I feel like our probability of sneaking into a different area and restarting our search is fairly low because we don't know what clan symbol we'd need for those areas.
Read.
As much as I'd like that sword back, it's don't think it's worth our lives.
Honestly, just return to our host and see if we can get out of here.
So do we leave now, or do you need to rest? I don't know what happened when I was in a horrible nightmare realm, so I don't know how drained you all are.
Considering what happened, honestly, I'm mostly good, I think.
Same here. Farron's the one not looking too good.
Like shit.
How much HP do you have right now?
22.
Jesus.
Can you not?
I was at 8.
And you don't.
And if you die, then you wasted my spell slot, and Amelia's just gonna be pissed.
Don't worry.
This is how you get turned into a zombie.
And then Amelia's gonna write your name in the Book of the Dead in Comic Sans.
Mm-hmm.
I approve.
Then she's gonna turn you into an undead pack mule.
That's fine. At
Well,
least
we
someone
might
can get
just
a
want to
good use out of my
return
body.
to our, at least what was partially safe, and rest up a little. Farron looks a tad frosty around the edges.
I mean, I don't think we should return back to the place we slept. That's no longer safe.
True.
I think our
I
best
also
option
wouldn't
is just
recommend
to...
sleeping in the junkyard, so.
We're not in the junkyard, we're in an alleyway.
That's a good
Meh.
thing.
We could probably take an hour. So, rest up.
Be
Yes,
functional.
This area seems at least quiet for now. I can keep a watch on things while you rest. Just for an hour, though, that we need to move.
Does Farron have any visible wounds on her?
Not really. I mean, aside from looking like she hasn't slept in the past couple days and is extremely malnourished, doesn't look like there's any physical damage to be seen on her body.
Okay.
Because most of the damage that she took was psychic.
Amelia, you used magic a moment ago to heal Farron, right?
I did.
And we didn't hear anything scream or explode or weird cloaked figures come out of nowhere again.
Not yet, though. That's no guarantee that I'm not tracking it if I do it somewhere else.
You think it would be safe for me to aid in our stealth for the next hour while we rest, or should I refrain from doing so?
In the last time, what got that creature's attention and it chased us, correct?
I wouldn't recommend magic. It seems to be attracted to it, and
We know
that
there's one
doesn't
still
end
in the
well.
area. So
To do our best
unfortunately,
to remain silent for the next hour, then.
yes.
So it sounds like we're going to take a short rest. Reaver doesn't especially need a short rest, so he will actively be kind of on watch for the next hour.
Okay.
Can
Oh.
I do it? Is there any sort of ritual to arcane recovery that
I
might
don't think
provoke
so.
a mana-hungry psychopath?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
That's kind of what I was
See if you
wonder. I'm like,
see if the cat can't make any educated guess on this.
that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You feel it's a coin toss because you've seen it react to pretty much every source of magic out there, but at the same time, when Amelia cast her healing spell on Farron, there was no response from that creature.
And
So-
it's not glued to my little ghost cat, so...
Yeah, so either you feel that either the creature is too far out now in order to sense the magic, or because it just changed, it may still be within like a larval state to where it doesn't have its abilities just yet.
Or it just fed and it's not hungry at the moment. Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to burn Arcane Recovery and at least attempt to be useful. 13, so...
I'm gonna use some hit die during this. After I lost half my HP in the morning.
Oh boy.
All right, Reaver, while this
that'll do.
this short rest is going on, can you give me one perception check?
A short rest. I can do that.
Well, it was almost good. Instead, it's going to be an 11.
11. Not much happens. A few people pass by. They all seem to be heading from that the collective of houses at that fork in the road. They seem to be heading past you and deeper into the city, or deeper towards the main part of the city, either to find a place to stay for the night or possibly to report what had happened. Few people look worse for wear than others, but as this is all going on, you notice that gold spider-like mechanical being that was in the junkyard, the one that was cutting through the metal with that laser, as it's now flying above the crowd, and it seems to like dip off and go right overhead of you and the group in the alley, and it begins to fly in the direction of one of the houses a little further in.
Now, is this something that I would recognize as a construct or something that the dwarves use in order to like recycle their supplies and stuff, or is this something totally new to me?
You haven't necessarily seen this type of construct, though you do know that dwarven artificers do cook up some kooky things in regards to item recovery and exploration. So this could possibly be one of those. It could be somebody's pet project, or it could just be a malfunctioning construct. But you do recall the gem that it had placed, the cracked gem that it had placed in its back, that seemed to be full of damaged items.
And does it look like it is heading in a direction that would easily be within walking distance from where we currently are?
Groots, to answer your question, it's as many hit dice as you want to use.
I can use all of it.
You could burn 13 levels worth of hit
Yep.
dice if you've got them available.
I do.
But you only recover, I believe it's half on a long rest.
The other thing is, and I know Virgin's let us do it in the past, is you can roll them one at a time and decide.
Yeah. So if you hit your max after, say you want to spend 13, but you hit your max after 6, you don't have to roll. You don't have to spend the others.
I managed to roll 3 8s at once. There goes my luck for the night, but that night made me only use 6.
There we go.
Oh. Reaver, since we're resting here, found this. I dumped the box, chest, whatever it was that I scrounged up.
Yeah. It's like, it's just this dented metal lockbox. And to answer your question, Fox, it looks like if you were to follow this thing, it would be within walking distance, or at least a short jaunt.
What's inside the box?
I found it when I was delving around in the scrap, trying not to be attacked by the horrid creature that sucks spells and life.
Fair. Is it locked?
I literally threw it in my bag as I saw it. I didn't ask too many questions.
I'm gonna push at the lid of this box with, I guess, my nose. See if it budges at all.
It doesn't budge. You can see that it's dented in certain places. It doesn't necessarily seem like it's got any sort of lock on it, but sort of stuck in place.
I'm gonna. It's always a little bit awkward trying to think how to do these things as a dog. I'm gonna paw at it until it like kind of flips up on its side, and then I'm gonna maneuver to the side of it, and then just kick it with my back foot so it slams against the nearby wall. See if it opens.
Okay. Go ahead and give me make an attack against it.
It's like putting treats in a container and giving it to a husky.
Right.
Sooner or later, the
is-
husky's just gonna dig through the plastic.
Actually going to be
That's fair.
This is a husky level roll. Husky looking for food. That's a 27.
You kick this thing and it slams into the outer wall of one of these houses. Makes a very loud metallic slam as it falls to the ground, but it is still shut.
Perhaps you'll have better luck opening it than I did. You want to give it a closer look, Marius?
Oh, this should be that. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Much as I'd love to just hit it with acid splash, it's probably a bad idea. Yeah, and I'll just dig my little claws into it and start trying to pry it.
Okay, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check here.
Oh, this should be precious.
You can add your dex to it.
That's not horrible. That's a 12.
A 12. You hook your fingers in there and you begin to pry it. You can see that that it's beginning to separate. It's just not giving way completely.
Amelia, Farron, does one of you have something small and sharp to wedge in here and open this?
Question is, do I? The best I have is a hand axe.
I could just use my teeth, I suppose.
Well, that sounds like a good way to break your teeth.
I've chewed through thicker metal before.
Concerning, but okay.
While they're looking through their inventories for something that might be better suited than teeth, I'm gonna start gnawing on this thing.
Okay.
Well, this cracked open a little bit.
Go ahead and give me another strength roll. You're gonna chew on it.
That is going to be a 24.
You start biting into it. You sort of get a little carried away, as dogs sort of do when they start biting on things. And as the others are digging through their bags trying to find something, you hear one of the back hinges sort of break off of the box.
So, as soon as the hinge like breaks off, I'm gonna try to just rip the lid off of this thing. Kind of hook it with my paw and then just pull with my muzzle. And if I manage to, like dog instincts, I'm just gonna keep chewing on the lid of this thing. This is a good chew toy.
Okay. It takes a little bit more time, but you're able to pop the other hinge off and the box sort of slides apart from itself. You've got now the dented metal lid in your mouth, and there are numerous smaller dents from your teeth now embedded into it. But the box falls to the ground. Now open.
I'm just chewing away, completely forgot that, I'm doing this to find out what's inside the box. I'm not just doing it to chew on it.
What's in the box?
Inside the box is a singular metallic coin.
I'm concerned.
PTSD intensifies.
The coin itself seems to be almost cut from obsidian, though it's got a metallic feel to it. It doesn't have that glass-like feel that obsidian has. Sorry, I got distracted by the cat. On one side of the coin, there is what looks to be like a dragon's head etched into it. And on the other side, there's a helm.
I think at this point, I probably remember that, not just chewing on things here, and I'll drop the lid of the box and kind of look over at the coin and at Marius.
I have no idea.
Is it just money?
Money doesn't come in obsidian.
Perhaps you can take a closer look at it. If it's something magical that is your expertise.
Yeah. I actually grab one of the pieces of parchment out of my bag and pick it up very careful, the coin very carefully, without actually touching it.
Okay.
You mean you don't want to go poof like Dorngal did?
I am a cat of science. I'd rather identify this properly as opposed to just touching it.
Well,
Just touching things is how we ended up in this mess.
That is true, but using magic is also how we ended up in this mess.
If you'd like, I have a
Ooh.
haversack here that you could put it into. Or hold up what is a handy haversack.
Fold the parchment over a couple times. Drop it
Just
in.
temporarily.
Okay. As you just drop the now paper covered coin into the haversack.
I'll put back.
We'll figure out what that is when we're not at risk of death.
Seems wise. I've been keeping an eye on things, and this area feels relatively safe. Why don't you just wait here? I need to go check something out real quick.
How long do you want us to wait for you?
It should
When
only...
is it a problem?
It's a problem if I don't come back after, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
Alright.
And I'm gonna go trot off in the direction of that construct thing.
Okay.
I'd like to fly up towards the top of the whatever building's next to us so I can track Reaver's movements as far as I can.
Yep. And sitting on top of that, you'll be able to see, unless he were to leave the area completely, you'll be able to see his entire movement.
Okay.
All right, Reaver, go ahead and give me since a little bit of time has passed, go ahead and give me a survival roll. Let's see if you can track down this construct again.
It's gonna be at 21.
21. So, luckily enough for you, you find a broken cog on the ground outside one of these houses, and you notice that there is a small tunnel near the base of the wall, just big enough for what this construct to fit through. And looking at this tunnel, you can see that it's been lined with grease.
Is it big enough for me to fit through?
No. Reaver would have some trouble trying to fit through, even with it greased.
Should have brought the cat with me. Okay. I will return to the group then.
I just dropped one of my coins.
Back a little sooner than expected. Do you recall seeing that construct in the junkyard that was disassembling the metal? You are muted, sir.
I think so.
Yes, it was that large spider-like thing. I saw it overhead while we were resting here, and I am curious about what it has in its hold. However, it went down a tunnel that is too small for me.
How large are we talking?
You should have no problem going down the tunnel if you so desired.
I have many things that I will send down the tunnel, but I am not one of them.
It looked like the tunnel was also coated in some sort of grease.
That's an absolutely not. I am not going down a grease tunnel. You know how hard it is to get that out of fur?
Yes.
You
Yes,
know how
I do.
easy it is to set that on fire?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I don't even need magic to set that on fire.
Oh.
How far
it's-
away is it? I mean, I can...
It's not too far. If it's not going to interrupt your rest here, we can have a look, or we can do it before we leave the area.
Once we're done our rest, I should be more than able to look at it.
So I guess I will just resume keeping an eye out until everyone is finished their short rest.
Just out of curiosity, I pulled the top 5 cards of the deck of many things. I swear this deck is stacked.
It's always stacked.
I got the comet, the moon, the gem, the throne, and the star.
Yep.
I should have chosen for that deck. I knew it.
I don't trust that deck at all.
Oh, neither do I as a player. But
As a player, I enjoy the chaos the deck brings us. Amelia's just not about that deck.
No. My kitten is far too smart to pull anything out of that deck.
oh, my dog is not. So at the first sign of trouble,
That's,
Pull from the deck or blown the war horn.
I
why not
mean,
both?
For Roja, that's a great thing. I'm sure he loves it, but
If I didn't love it, I wouldn't include it in the games, and I definitely would not make it an extra life incentive.
yeah.
So, hour passes. You're able to get your short rest. You are now in possession of a strange black coin that you've put into Amelia's haversack. And the curiosity of that construct is fresh in Reaver's mind.
And Amelia absolutely wrote down that she has that coin, right?
I did. I wrote it down here. I'll actually add to my inventory
Great,
just so
because
I don't forget.
I will forget in a heartbeat.
Do we want to investigate that tunnel real quick before we go?
I could send. I could send the spectral form down.
Please do. I'd hate to leave something behind that could have assisted us.
Sure. Send Spectral Cat down there.
Okay. So Spectral Cat goes down about 15 feet and comes up to a wall.
Is there a left? Is there a right?
There is not a left or a right. It just comes to a dead end. You notice that there are probably about 5 or 6 holes in said wall.
It does have dark vision. Can it look through one of the holes?
It most definitely can. And when it looks into the hole,
It's poked in the eye.
you see what looks to be a small button, maybe the size of a pinhead. And there's a button in each one of these holes.
The kitten can't press it, so... Okay. Well, I will call it back. Well, Reaver, it only goes down 15 feet, and then there's don't even want to call it a grate. A wall with a couple buttons that are in holes. But that's about it.
Seems curious.
But there is no way you are going to convince me to crawl in there and press a button while in a confined space.
I don't suppose one of you others would be able to fit down there.
The only person that can fit down there is Marius.
Aren't you at least a little bit curious, Marius? Why are there buttons? Why is
There's a
there a
phrase
tunnel?
called "curiosity killed the cat," sir.
Yes, but don't you also have, what is it, 9 lives, as they say?
A myth, honestly.
Perhaps the curiosity one is as well.
No, I'm pretty sure curiosity is a real problem.
And the only
was-
solution is to satisfy that curiosity.
If I knew it wouldn't summon something angry, I could just use Mage Hand and the Spectral Cat to do the job.
Well, Amelia used healing magic a short while ago without alerting anything. Perhaps something as minor as a mage hand will be overlooked.
Remind Reaver this is his idea. Okay. One Mage Hand coming up.
And if something bad happens, then we just run as fast as we can.
Because that worked out so well last time.
So in the whole we're going to sit on Reaver, hold on tight, and then cast Mage Hand.
Are you casting Mage Hand through Ghost Cat?
I am casting Mage Hand through Kitten and using Kitten's sight to actually do what I need to do.
Okay. And what is it that you need Kitten to do?
I need the Mage Hand to press the button.
Okay.
Like this is one of those pull
Are
the
you
lever.
pressing just one of the buttons?
Is there any semblance of pattern to this?
Nope.
It's just 6 random holes.
It's
There's no rhyme or reason.
3 buttons and like a semi arch on either on the right and left of this wall.
Center right.
Center right. All right. So Mage Hand goes into this hole and presses the button, and there's an audible click, and then what sounds like almost like a tick counting down. And then you hear a hiss of steam. And then it's almost a metallic flick as Kitty
Duck and cover.
as Kitty or Ghost Kitty inside, you can see just a small spark of flame as the grease inside the tunnel ignites.
This is why I wasn't going in.
And as this happens, you see the house itself all of a sudden gain a metallic shell as the doors and the windows are just now covered in a sheet of metal.
Something inside of there is very much worth protecting.
On the other side, it's a good thing I didn't go into the hole.
I would very much like to know what's inside of this place.
Hopefully not more fire.
I unfortunately do not have any means of getting inside.
You can always chew a hole through the metal just like you did with the box.
Valid point.
Could. It might take some time, though.
I do not have a way to get us in. Most of my aid is in the magical realm, and that's extremely dangerous to use.
to just leave this curiosity, though.
Whoever is inside that dwelling now knows someone's attempting to access it. I highly doubt we're going to make it in easily and unscathed.
Should we try to get in, or should we just go? Could be something quite valuable in there. Could be my sword in there. If that construct was collecting valuable scrap, it could very well have scooped up that sword and deposited it inside this building.
I mean, that also assumes someone threw your sword into the junkyard.
Or whoever took it from the one that took it from the dragon met as untimely a demise as the one they faced off with. The sword was taken from there. The people that took it in the first place may not have known its value and just took it to trade it or sell it.
I don't think the sword would be in there. I really don't.
I mean, short of blasting our way in, the other option would be to wait and see if the armor eventually lifts itself.
I don't know if we have the time to wait, unfortunately. We don't have the means to blast our way in either.
So unfortunately,
Not subtly, at least.
no, the only weapon I have that can do that I'm not trained in. And I'd rather not to use.
I could bring most of the building down, but it won't be quiet.
Well, if we put a silence spell on top of it, then would it be quiet?
I'm more concerned about the crashing of an entire building as I rip out the structure of it.
True.
Can't defend a house that has no structural integrity.
I will disintegrate the main floor if I have to. Do not tempt me.
Do it, no balls.
That's actually not a bad idea. I could silence the area.
Assuming we don't get caught casting the spells.
We didn't get caught after the mage hand was used.
I wonder if there's a level to it, because
It might also only respond to offensive spells.
maybe. Did respond to the light spell, though. You cast that earlier. But it was already in attack mode, if you want to call it that.
That was like throwing meat to a rabid animal.
Fair.
Just-
The only thing I have with enough firepower to open this thing up is Rild's weapon, and I don't wish to use that.
As I said, I can open it, but it won't be pretty and it won't be quiet.
We can make it quiet.
I, for one, would very much like to know what's in there. But, as before, if the rest of you would prefer we just go, I will go with you.
I mean, I'm of the opinion that curiosity tends to get one killed, but same curiosity.
I might
also
have missed
got me out of
something.
the compound, so
What was notable about this building?
Before the metal sheets went over the doors and windows, nothing. It looked just like every other house in the area.
I feel like the front door is an obvious place to go in, so if we're going in, we should go in from one of the sides. Maybe just melt a hole in the wall.
I have to read a spell.
Love it.
If the target is huge or larger object of creation of force, the spell disintegrates a 10-foot cube portion of it. That seems like a bad idea.
Just a
Has
bit.
any of this been a good idea?
Whew,
I think we
that
started
is
the
a-
stream with a bad idea, and it just has gone downhill from there.
I mean, I can. I'm not going to be responsible for any aftermath of it, though.
I think the aftermath's the problem of whoever lives here.
Wouldn't that be a horrible way to be woken up?
I'm gonna go around to the front of the house real quick.
Okay.
Is the front all shut, like the rest of it with the
Yes.
metal shutters and everything?
Yeah, it looks like any point of entrance on the house right now is currently covered by those metal sheets.
I'm just gonna bang on the front door a couple times.
Okay. So when you get up to the front door, I am going to need a dexterity check.
Really hope Kitty got down.
It's gonna be a 16.
Did the kitty get down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Reaver, as you walk up to the front door, you put one foot on the front landing of the porch, and your ears pick up a click, and you instinctively jump back as the entirety of the porch just opens up into a giant pit. And as you look down, jets of flame just start pouring into the center of said pit. And it burns for a good 15 seconds before the floor comes back and sets.
So, seeing that, I'm going to run back around to the rest of the group. I'm going to look directly at Marius. Knock it down.
Oh,
Okay. This is how Kitten dies right here.
So before you do that, let's go ahead and take our first break of the night so we can get up, freshen our drinks, stretch our legs, all that fun stuff. And we will be back in about 5 minutes.
out there that like this
Alrighty.
is
We are back.
weird.
Hi.
But I'd put it in my mouth again. Hi.
Hello.
I put it in my mouth too.
That once again.
I don't feel like we should explain that. We should just let that linger. Just leave it there.
Elevators.
When you walk into random conversations.
That mid sentence, I was just, yeah. Hi.
Welcome back.
Who are you?
So before we went on break, a certain cat wizard of ours was considering disintegrating part of a house.
Only a 10-foot cube.
Only. So what are you doing, Marius?
I'm gonna wait for the fire to stop.
The fire had already stopped. The fire itself had only burned for a few seconds and then reset as the floor
Yes.
kind of.
The floor has rectified itself. Then I'm going to look at the front door, hold out the spell book, and cast Disintegrate on the front door in the surrounding area.
Okay. So the disintegration beam flies out of your book and slams into the side of this house. As you could see, the structure and metal and stone just slowly start to melt away. But as that happens, the rest of the house begins to cave in on itself, causing a loud crash of metal and stone colliding up upon each other as it falls to the floor. As the dust clears, you see a single metal orb sitting in the center of the house's foundation. The orb kind of spinning around for a moment and a singular eye opening up in the center as it scans the area and then quickly just locks onto the group.
That's ominous.
As this happens, the ground around you begins to shake as these large mechanical legs spring up out of the ground and pull this giant spider-like construct out of the ground. Attached to like the underbelly of it is this metallic box that's begins to move backwards up into the back part of the spider, into the abdomen as it's shut inside. And almost instantly, the moment this thing is out of the ground, it begins to move away from you, stepping on houses and anything else in its path.
Well, I'm chasing after it.
Oh.
Time to hold on to Reaver.
Why are we chasing it?
Because Reaver has gone full
God mode.
husky.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
Why can't you chase squirrels and cars like a normal dog?
Well, you know, have you ever seen a husky scale a fence? They like to do that. There's nothing
Yeah.
normal about a husky.
Yeah, I got one right behind me that loves to do that.
Yeah. 8-foot fence? That's nothing. It's a deterrent at best. Well, I guess if Reaver's going and he's our guide out of here. Fucking Reaver. Following Reaver.
Okay.
Who's taking off probably faster than any of us can keep up with. Typical husky.
Yeah, he's quick.
Mama Stonebeard is going to be pissed when we realize we knocked down her front door.
Okay. So you begin chasing after this strange spider-like construct now causing havoc through this portion of the town. Not really hard to catch up to it, as though it's got a very wide gait on its walk. It's not moving very fast. As you can see that there are chunks of dirt and rock kind of jamming up some of the gears. Height-wise, this thing is maybe about 30 feet. The body itself is 30 feet up off the ground.
Why are we doing this?
Because nobody stopped me. So as I kind of catch up to this thing and observe it moving and see the rocks and stuff in its gears, slowing it down, do I see any like, is this thing purely mechanical in nature, or does it have like hydraulic hoses and stuff running through its legs, powering its?
It looks like it looks like it has hydraulic connections in certain parts of the legs. It doesn't look like it's completely autonomous. It's almost as if something may be piloting this.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. While keeping pace with it, if I can kind of get close enough to like bite at those hoses to try and maybe take out its legs one at a time,
You're gonna have to get up near like where the legs connect into the body to get to any of those hoses.
okay. In that case, looking ahead of us in the direction that it's going, does it look like it's going to be passing by any buildings or anything that would be close enough to it that I might be able to jump from the building to the top of it?
No, because all you have here are houses. You don't have any high-rise buildings or anything in that sense. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask all of you to go ahead and give me a second. I got to add some tokens to the token layer again. Just so I can add you guys on turn order. All right, go ahead and give me those initiatives. There is no map because this technically is not combat.
My rolling initiative as well.
No.
All right, just making sure.
Need initiative for Farron and Marius.
Yep. Still getting used to the different monitor layout. I was like, where is things?
All right, Reaver.
Would this creature, or this construct, or whatever it is, be classed as huge, or would it be bigger than that?
Give me a moment here. Let me look at the size. It would technically be considered gargantuan.
I am. Ah, damn, it's one size category too big. Oh, that would have been amazing.
Or what?
Shenanigans.
Would it
Well,
be
that's
one
obvious.
You can't grapple a creature that's one size category larger than you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Damn. That would have been amazing. Okay. Does it look like I would be able to grab on to one of the legs of this thing, or are they too, like, for climbing purposes, or are they too spindly?
No, you would most definitely be able to grab onto the legs. When you look at them, they almost look to be made out of reshaped girders.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to just kind of call over my shoulder to the poor little cat that is holding onto my back and tell him to hold on. And I'm going to leap at one of these legs, trying to grab onto it to hopefully climb it at some point.
Alrighty. If you want a like a visual idea of it, think of the legs of it as like those pieces of an erector set.
Yep. Okay. Perfect.
I'm getting Reaver a saddle with a seatbelt. This is unsafe.
That be athletics or
Athletics or acrobatics. I'll let you choose.
let's go with athletics because that is ridiculous. Yeah, that is ridiculous. That's gonna be a 33.
You are able to leap from one of the houses and like grab onto the to one of the legs easily.
Okay. And if I have any movement left, I will start to climb it, but I imagine I won't be getting to the top anytime soon.
Yeah, you're not gonna have any movement from this.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. So on the this construct's turn, you notice small hatches open up from the body as smaller versions of this mechanical spider start crawling out of it and begin to go to the various bits of rock and earth and start to laser or shoot that purple laser from the central eye in an attempt to break the earth and rock away enough to where it will fall out of the gears. And that's its turn as the bots just begin loosening any of the rocks that it can. Amelia.
Can I make it to flying? Can I make it to where Reaver is? Or at least close enough I can yell at him?
Easily enough, yeah.
Okay. And I'm just gonna yell, Weaver, why? I thought we were running when things went wrong. This is wrong.
This thing's running from us. I want to know why.
was just my turn to argue with Reaver, trying to get Reaver to drop off this thing. It's not gonna work, obviously, but... Yeah.
Is that all you're gonna do?
Yeah.
All right, Farron.
Yes, hi. Oh, let's see here. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what we're doing.
I don't
We're
know.
fighting a giant tentacle monster, right?
You're not fighting anything. You're chasing after a giant construct spider that's trying to escape from you.
Oh, cool.
Reaver is attached to one of its legs at the moment as he's trying to climb up, and Farron is flying right next to him, yelling at him, this is stupid. Not Farron, but Amelia.
Just think of the giant spider
Alright.
ancients from Breath of the Wild. That's
Or
what we're dealing with.
Or the giant spider from Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's been a while.
Can I just grapple it, I guess?
No, because you can't grapple something that's more than one size larger than you, and this is a gargantuan construct.
Okay, fuck.
Grab onto a leg and ride?
Or begin to
Can I
climb,
Fine.
or fly up. You also have wings, you can fly to it. I mean, both you and Farron have enough fly speed to be able to fly up to the main body itself.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's only 30 feet off, because the body itself is only 30 feet off the ground.
Yeah, you got a point. I'll do that. And I don't know, just get to the top and see if I can find something to stop this thing from moving.
Okay, so you're gonna fly on up to the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna expend your movement, but you are most definitely able to get up to the body.
Perfect.
Marius.
Okay. Well, let's start with casting melts minute meteors. And Ooh, what element do I have here?
Yes.
Oh, you know what? We're gonna upcast it to 4th.
Can you bring up the meteors?
Absolutely. There we go. So that is going to give me technically 8. And then I'll immediately expend 2.
Okay.
And I'm gonna send 1 at each of the closest, or the furthest spider boys.
The little bots.
Yep.
Okay.
Each of them get a meteor.
One.
And they are ice meteors because we're casting it 4th level off of Ice Storm.
One is going to make a dexterity save of 18. The other one will make a dexterity of 8.
The 18 will make it. The 8 will not. What are these? 2d6 a shot?
Yes.
Meteor 1 is 10 damage, halved
Okay.
if they made the save. Meteor 2 is 11 damage.
All right,
And resistances don't matter because it's cold damage.
and even though it made the save, as both meteors slam into these small spiders, they just explode on impact. But as that happens, a very high, very shrill siren begins to sound off from higher up on the body. Reaver.
And I'm just going to hold on for dear life.
I am going to do my best to clamber up this leg as I'm calling out as loud as I can. Just stop running. I know you're in there. I just want to talk to you.
Give me a persuasion or intimidation.
They're both equally terrible. Oh, that D20's gone forever. Oh yeah, that is terrible. That's going to be a 2.
You don't hear any sort of reply, though. With some of the rocks loose, you begin to feel and see the spider to begin to move faster.
Okay.
As the scene below is just absolute chaos.
Yeah, I'll just get as high as I can up on the leg, and that'll be it.
Okay. So as as that siren begins to sound, there's a soft hum as a surge of electricity rushes through the entirety of the body and down the legs. So I'm gonna need Reaver, Farron, and Marius to give me Constitution saving throws.
Why?
Reaper, this is somehow all your fault.
It's
How's this my
entirely
fault?
his fault. Reaver's fault. 100% Reaver's fault.
All right, Reaver, what did you get?
18?
18. All right, so you are going to take 8 points of electricity damage. Baron,
At 2028.
8 points of electricity damage.
Perfect.
And Marius,
15.
15. You are going to take 8 points of electricity damage. And after that happens, you notice a few like steam vents open up along the main body and just expel short bursts of steam before sealing back up. Amelia.
Or look at Reaver and tell him, this is a Therian level of stupid. Before I fly up to the top where Baron is, because this thing's starting to move faster, I don't want to get left behind.
Yep.
And I'm just going to look for... Well, before I fly up there, we said there were some sort of hoses up towards the top of the legs.
Yeah, they're like hydraulic hoses that are like connected to various parts of it. As it gave Reaver the feeling that this necessarily isn't an autonomous construct. It's something that somebody else is controlling.
And after glaring at Reaver, I'm gonna go, fine, if you won't come out, we'll come in. And I'm gonna go up there and try and cut one of the hoses.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. My attack. Oh, that's going to be an 18.
An 18 will hit. Go ahead and give me damage.
That's decent. 12 slashing.
Nice. So as you your weapon collides into this hose, You notice that you've made a small like, incision into it as a small trail of hydraulic liquid begins to spray out of it.
Do I feel like it's moving too fast for me to keep up with if I remain flying?
No, you can pretty
Okay.
much catch up with it right now because it's not at its full movement speed just yet because because of the rocks that are coming up the gears.
I don't really. Yeah. Don't want to grab onto it just yet, so I'll continue to fly.
Okay. Farron.
Hi, how you doing? How close am I to this headpiece?
The headpiece as it were, you're probably a good 30 feet from it, since you're at the back of the body.
Okay, I want to try to reach to the head.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
use my 30 movement.
you can move 30 feet and get to the headpiece.
Do I see like a latch or anything?
You don't see a latch itself, though. You can look in, and it looks to be like partially frosted glass, as you can see somebody inside of this orb, pulling and pushing levers and flipping switches and pressing buttons frantically.
Can I take my sword to like cut like the top piece of this without like directly at them, but like just the top piece so I can see who the hell's in here? And we're like, stop this crazy thing.
You could definitely give me an attack roll.
All right, I guess I could do that. Got my thingamabob. What's my thingamabob? There's my thingamabob. Okay,
3?
30.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 3. 30 will hit. So go ahead and give me the damage.
Okay. 2. Ooh. That'll be a total of 18.
Okay.
Slashing.
So you slash it. You swing at this glass dome, and your sword makes contact, but you only see like a small chip of glass sort of break off.
Is there like a hole?
No, it doesn't even look like it's completely pierced the glass. The glass itself appears to be reinforced.
Let's go again. I will get through to you, freaking mini person in there. I forgot how many attacks I have. 3, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. That's a 31, not 20.
Okay.
See here. Do. 5 and a 6 plus 6. Math hurts. Someone do it for me. 17.
17 damage.
17 slashing. And I don't know if that gets brute, but if not, that's okay.
Yeah, it's a critical. It gets brutal critical on top of it.
Okay. The max is what? 6, 12, 18. So
total
18.
a total of 35.
Yes.
All right, and
There you go.
again, you swing and you see a few more chips of glass sort of give way. But
Jesus.
but this glass is just resisting your blows.
I shall never give up.
You have a feeling that if you were to strike this with a mundane weapon, the weapon would break before the glass would.
I'm using a magic weapon.
That's what I'm saying. If you were to hit it with a mundane weapon. Your
Why
magic
your
weapon is fine.
Hasn't broken.
That's why, yeah, it's why your weapon hasn't broken.
Oh, dang. All right, last one. 26 to hit.
26 will hit.
Okie dokie. And that'll be a 12 flashing.
Okay. And again, chips fly off, but no significant damage.
That's all I can do.
Alrighty. Marius.
Her. So I can maintain concentration on that and do other dumb shit in the meantime.
I love them shit. Go on.
I mean, seems to be a theme tonight.
That is like the name of the goddamn game here. Okay. Yeah. We're just gonna go with a good old firebolt elemental substitution. No, cold.
Good old are you targeting one of the another one of those spiders?
I'm taking out another little bot.
Okay.
Furthest one from me. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Okay, and that is... I'm sorry, how many dice is that at this level? Okay.
Yes.
Up-level cantrips are always just a scary thing to use. It's like, I'm sorry, what? That is absolutely cocked. Okay. 18. 22 damage.
22 damage. Okay. As that the firebolt slams into this thing and it just explodes into pieces.
Okay. And then 2 meteors are going to shoot out to 2 different ones.
Okay. I'm not even gonna roll to save because these things literally have 1 HP. So.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Another 2
8
just
damage to the first one, 9 to the second.
Yep. And they explode as well. Reaver.
I imagine with my movement speed, I'm maybe at the top of this thing now.
At this point in time, yes, you would be. You would
Okay.
you would be able to clamber onto the back of the spider if you wanted to, or if not, you can hold yourself at the joint section where the leg meets the body.
Yeah, that's where I want to go. I want to position myself right to the area where the 4 legs on whichever side I'm on join up with the body. And given my large size, would all 4 of these joints kind of be within my attack range at that position?
All 4 of the joints?
Yeah, like right where the legs meet the body.
You would be able to you would be able to with the melee attack, you would be able to attack the leg you're on. The other legs are too far apart in order for you to get to them.
Okay. So like standing on top of the spider.
If you were to stand on the body, you would be able to swing down and hit one of the leg joints if you needed to.
Okay. That changes things. Yeah, I think I'll just attack one of them then, going for the hydraulic hose area.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just start with a 1. And I have to bite at it. Thankfully, I know from experience, you can swallow some hydraulic fluid without immediately getting sick.
I don't want to ask how you know that.
No, that's not a question we want answered.
Oh, go on. I want to know this.
I've had some shitty jobs. That's gonna be 26 to hit.
26 will hit.
That will be 14 piercing damage.
14 piercing damage. Okay, your teeth sink into the hose, and it's rough, but you're able to puncture through the layers as you do get that taste of the hydraulic lubrication inside.
Lubrication.
Okay, and if I have enough movement to go on to the next leg that attaches to the body, I will do that and attack the next one.
You would be able to do that.
That's even better. That's a 28 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that's even better. That's going to be 16 piercing damage.
Okay, your teeth sink into that one as well.
And that will be all I can do on this turn.
Okay. Farron, from where you're standing, you see this almost constructs like creature itself sort of look back at you. Its small eyes turning a bright red as it just yells, "Leave me alone!" And it hits a button next to the it's onto its right console as these two little turrets pop up out of the sides of the glass as spurts of flame rush towards you.
Those are not windshield wipers.
Can I get a dexterity? Can I get a dexterity saving throw from you?
Cool. I could do that. Where's my fucking thing? Hold on. A dex save. I mean, it's something. It's something. That's something. 16.
Okay.
I have resistance to fire.
You are going to take 30 points of fire damage.
That'd be
Half of
15.
That would be 15.
Yay! Cool. You know, this is why I'm glad that I used all of my hit dice for that short rest.
And as that flame goes off, the spider sort of rots as one side is now not really operating well as the other side, as it's losing this hydraulic fluid from the damage that both Amelia and Reaver have caused. And he just lets out a frustrated shriek as he just pushes a lever forward, and the spider lurches, now kind of wobbling as it's trying to get away faster.
Can't get away from me. I'm right next to you.
Amelia.
Amor call out, do you want to have a chat with us now, or shall we keep going?
Give me a persuasion roll or an intimidation roll. It's up to you.
We're gonna go with intimidation because that feels right for what's happening right now. Oh, okay. That's gonna be a total of 18.
An 18. Are you still down below, or are you going up to the top to talk to this thing?
I'd probably be moving towards the front to go towards the front legs. The ones
Okay.
that haven't been severed yet, because I'm going to sever that one if I don't get an answer.
And you are able to see through this like slightly frosted glass dome this strange construct like humanoid, maybe about 2.5 feet, 3 feet tall, sitting in a very large metallic chair And he like looks over at you and looks over at like a console for a moment. Perhaps a conversation is best. So I don't know if you can see, officer, but this vehicle is sort of large. I can't just put her down anywhere. Perhaps you and your friends would like to hold on and I could take us someplace more comfortable.
Very well, but if we start heading in a direction I don't like, I will continue what I was doing. I'm gonna fly towards the top and sit down on him. And look over at Reaver and be like, looks like we're getting that conversation.
Okay. With that, I will say that initiative is done as nobody is currently attacking this spider. Well, I can't do what I want to do with all of you sitting on the outside. And he flips a switch and a door, like a small trap door, opens on the near the back of the spider. Come on in. I'll take you somewhere.
Or let Reaver go in first.
And he will go in without hesitation.
I'll drop down behind him.
What about Farron?
Can I do an insight check to see if this is a trap?
You sure can.
Because you don't open doors and he really wants to get the fuck away from us.
His opinion will just destroy the thing from the inside.
That'll be a 19, please.
A 19 doesn't sound like it's a trick, but at the same time, you really can't get a grasp on a construct. He just like looks back over his shoulder. You going in?
If trap, I'll kill you. And she goes in.
Okay. And as you start to go in, he hits a button as all of the legs on this thing pop off. And you're in free fall for just a moment as wings spread out from the side.
Holy crap.
As those of you who dropped down into that trapdoor are now in a small, not a small, but a decently sized cylindrical hallway. And you can see various doors on your right and your left and in behind you. And then a stairway that looks like it leads up higher into the body, maybe into like the main cockpit area of this vehicle.
That's where I'm heading, for the cockpit area.
There's nothing else to do. I'm more fall behind.
Marius, are you still on Reaver's back, or are you gonna walk?
Walk. What kind of wizard do you take me for? I have a mount that has levels of actual combat classes. It's safe up here.
Until you get too close to the enemies.
Reaver's big enough that they have to attack over him to get to me.
Fair.
You're trying to hit something that is small on something that is large.
If you nestle down just right, they might not even be able to tell you're there.
And as long as you remain on me, or at least within 5 feet of me, you do get a +1 to your AC as well.
Uh-huh.
Best levels of Cavalier I've ever taken.
Inner.
So as you begin to go up into the cockpit, you are now in this large glass dome, not fully able to get around to the other side of this large metallic chair, but you can see every now and then these small like bronze-like hands reach out and flip switches and pull levers as the body of this vehicle begins to climb up into the air. So can I ask why you decided that my house was a good target to test an explosive?
Your house attacked us.
It did no such thing. My house is purely a domicile. You must have triggered one of the traps that I have to keep interlopers away.
I knocked on your front door and it almost dropped me into a pit.
Did you not see the sign that said no solicitors?
No, I did not. Perhaps you should make it bigger next time.
Notes for later.
Why was your house protected in such a way? What is this contraption that we're in? Was the creature in the junkyard yours, and who are you?
And kind of looks back at you for a moment and continues flying. My house is my house. This is my house. That creature that was in the junkyard was one of my retrieval units. And I don't necessarily have a name. A classification, if you must. I am the Biometric Investigation Invention Memory Unit. As he kind of taps the back of his head, and you can see the letters BIMMY.
God, no.
That's what I was afraid of.
Fuck.
No.
Oh.
So out of for no reason at all, my character kills this thing. For no reason.
We'll just call you Bimmy for short. It's easier.
That's what most of them call me. Now again, what were you doing at my front door?
Well, we were following the, did you call it retrieval unit?
Yes,
From the junkyard.
one of many, but yes, one of my retrieval units.
We followed it, and then your house attacked us, and then we wanted answers, so we made a doorway into your house, and then you saw the rest.
I must inquire, what do you mean my house attacked you?
Well, we saw the buttons in the tunnel and pressed one, and the tunnel caught fire, and then, like I said, I knocked on your front door, and it
That
dropped me.
would make sense. You did not press the buttons in the correct order, thus it triggered a trap. It's to keep thieves out, or rats.
Well, in this case, it was a cat.
I hope the cat is okay.
Yes.
I wave. The spectral cat pops out of the hat. The ferret's on the other side of the hat.
Interesting. And as it's kind of like looking back towards you, you notice that the cave wall or the cave ceiling is getting closer and closer.
There's a wall.
Oh yes, I know. Oh, that's right. He kind of flips two more switches as the front of the spider opens up and a large drill comes forward and collides into the side of the inside of this mountain and begins to burrow through it.
I approve of
Aren't
this.
the dragons going to be upset with you making holes in their home?
If the dragons have a problem with any of my research or methods of transportation, they are more than welcome to file complaints. Not like anybody in maintenance is going to read it.
I'm sorry, do you work for the dragons?
Far from it. I am here mainly to collect damaged goods, magical goods, and anything else I can get my metallic hands on.
Yes, I don't suppose you found a sword recently.
Checking. I have currently 45 swords in storage. 3 of which have been retrieved in the past 48 hours.
Are any of them magical?
I haven't had time to run tests on them. I was in the midst of my daily identification and repair when someone pressed a button.
Are any of them large and made of some sort of strange crystalline material?
I have not had time to research the new ones. I have not had any time to look them over. I only know of the swords in the possession due to the logs that are submitted by my bots.
I see.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about an obsidian coin, would you?
Obsidian coin. Scanning. Currently have 3 in possession.
What are they?
Unsure. Scans show that the faces of these coins have intricate details that are disguised as flaws, but they don't make sense.
Well, since you don't work for the dragons, perhaps you could help us out. I understand that we have met perhaps not on the greatest of terms, but we had no intention of harming you. We were just curious.
And curiosity has driven me away from this land. Well, the inside of this land anyway. I felt that I had been discovered by said dragons and decided it was time to move.
That was
Well,
probably our bad.
Oh, it was most definitely your bad.
Well, perhaps we can make it up to you. You see, we intend on taking that land back from the dragons. So if you could escort us to our camp, that would be appreciated.
Our camp.
Yes, it's not too far from the base of the mountain.
I don't see why that would be a problem. Is anybody at your camp? And if so, are they going to be terrified of a giant drill-wielding spider that's flying?
I mean, it's the entire army of dwarves, so...
Yes. Well, thankfully, Amelia here can send them a message so they know we're coming. Right, Amelia?
Kind of like clicks a chronometer on one of the main panels. Oh, it's midday. They shouldn't be too drunk. They may be able to be reasoned with.
I can send one, but I'll wait until we clear the mountain just in case it brings the trouble it did before.
Yes. Good
That and the
idea.
message was intercepted by a third party.
And when we arrive at the camp, the dwarves there will be able to repair any damage that we may have caused.
And as you say that, you see this quick like surge of magma rush over the vehicle itself, but it keeps going. Well, it's a good thing you didn't break that dome.
Take it that magma would be inside if we did.
And we all be dead.
See,
So I'm taking it you're going to want to look at the swords.
yes, I lost one recently.
Oh, that's what my bots retrieve, lost and broken items.
Hopefully not broken in this case.
Oh,
Be very bad.
Also, be worried about what broke it.
well, he presses a button on what looks to almost be a cup holder on the left-hand side of his chair, opens up and a small spider construct pops up. Iggy, take them to the storage, show them the swords. Iggy sort of beeps in response and just hops down and begins to skitter on past all of you.
Yeah, we'll follow it, I suppose.
Okay. Is anyone else following, or are you staying inside the cockpit?
I guess I'll go.
I'll go with.
Why not?
I mean, it's a Bimington. What's the worst that can happen?
Never say that.
Famous last words.
You know, it might be the last Bimington as well.
Give me one moment. Azrin, are you good to go?
For the most part, I just need to figure out a name.
Okay, not a problem. So, as Iggy leads you down into the backmost door, you enter and you go down, and you notice that the cube that was pulled up inside of the body when it first made its escape is now completely open, and there are numerous cages lined with various items, some broken, some refurbished, others held in protective canisters, all of them meticulously labeled. Each one of the cages seems to have a registry book in front of them. And then off a bit more to the right seems to be this chunk of amber. Massive. Probably about the size of a Goliath and twice as wide.
There anything like encased within the amber, or is it just a solid?
No, it looks like something there. It looks like something humanoid is encased in the amber.
I will approach that and try and get a look at what's inside.
So when you look inside, it's definitely humanoid. So it's very hard to get any sort of clear look as to any sort of facial features, but the build itself lets you know it's possibly a dwarf.
Certainly have some questions for Bimmy about this.
Iggy kind of like comes up and sits on your head. This was discovered when we first arrived. We ascertained that the creature inside is still alive in a means of suspended animation. It's been on the checklist for a while to unseal the amber and possibly revive said person, but well, The main unit has not gotten around to it yet. Would you like me to initialize the freedom?
Yes, but
Understood. Initializing freedom. As like you see the little eye begin to glow as a beam slams into the amber, and slowly but surely it begins to cut right down the middle. And it takes probably a good 10 minutes, but the amber is safely cut away, and the outline around the outline of this dwarf until it's finally freed. And it slumps over for a moment and catches itself with its hand as it takes in like a breath of air. Azern, do you want to describe your character?
Oi!
No.
What the hell was that?
Hi.
And then he is ignoring all of you for the first minute, and he just basically has this. He's dressed in full plate, and he basically reaches like for this thing at the bottom of his chest, and if you ever seen a welder, looks like a respirator, and he basically just sticks it in his mouth and in his nose a little bit, and he takes like a deep breath, and like he does this like this suck on the tubes, and you hear this slurping sound, and he just is like, and you see this like liquid coming from his back through the tubes, and then he just like his eyes just like kind of roll back into his head a little bit, and he pulls it out, and he's like, "Oh, that's much better. Oh, all right, where the hell am I? And who the hell are you folk?"
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Well, I axe first.
I'm Reaver, and you're on a flying spider machine.
What the hell?
As Iggy pipes in, we refer to it as the junk truck.
Right. I'm Vassal. Vassal Stoutbeard. And I take it I'm not in the Northlands.
No, you are not. Well,
Oh,
How
You're
long
not
were you
perfect.
in there?
I don't know. You guys, you tell me, Mister. The hell is this thing? You with the letters on your head.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm Reaver. This is Marius. Over there is Farron, and that's Amelia.
I know the one that was talking to me. That one. He's pointing to Dimmy. Letters on the head.
Bimmy's flying this thing. This is what did he call
Iggy.
it? Iggy.
And Iggy kind of like scans over for like does like a little scan with his laser on you for a moment. Judging from the composition of your muscle structure, the off color of your skin, you have been in suspended animation for 63 years.
Oh, that's not bad. He said this thing flies. I see. Can you take me home?
Where do you call home?
The Northlands.
Well,
How far north?
What do you mean, how far north? It's the Northlands. It's as north as you can go.
Iggy, do we have a map?
Iggy kind of like looks over at a wall and generates like a projection of the world map onto the onto just like the flat metal of the room.
And Iggy, where are we?
We are here, and a little laser pointer just zooms into the island.
So
Yeah,
where's home again?
You said as north as you can go.
not on an island.
That would be, and it kind of just like points off, like way off to like the north, to like the tip top pole. That's as far north as you can go.
Like he's gonna, it's like he's gonna look at the mountains. It's like, this look kind of familiar. Yeah, I'm not from an island. Where'd you find me?
We found you in a junkyard.
What's a junkyard?
It's a collection of scrap metal and trash.
Why the hell would you put all your metal in a pile of trash? It's metal. Forge it. Pound it. You reuse it.
It's junk metal, as the dwarves call it.
What? Slag?
Sure, if that's what it's referred to as.
He, like, why would you keep a mountain of slag? You just chuck it back into the fires until it's burned off. You're very weird.
You're asking the wrong person. I am not a dwarf. I am not even a humanoid. I am a mechanical being. These ones may have answers.
I have relatives with a couple of metal parts. It makes no difference to me.
Well, it seems you're a long ways from home. And
You can say that.
probably not going to be getting back there anytime soon, I'm afraid.
On the good news, though, we're heading towards an entire war camp worth of dwarves.
Well, that probably will help me get home a lot sooner than being with y'all.
The bad news is we're about to start a war with dragons.
Now, why would you go and do something daft like that?
Because they
'Cause
took
they
our
want the
home.
mountain back.
They let a dragon take the mountain. How many dwarves are there? It can't be that many if a dragon took it.
Well, it wasn't just one dragon. It could be dozens, could be hundreds, could be thousands. We don't actually know.
What the hell kind of nightmare are you dealing with?
Dragons.
Dozens of dragons.
Yes.
Possibly hundreds.
Possibly thousands.
And they haven't killed themselves off yet. You know they don't like to live next to each other.
Well, they were led by a singular one up until recently. That one is now gone, and there is infighting, and we are looking to take advantage of that and drive them out of our home.
So y'all live here with the dwarves.
No.
No.
Not for a while.
So then it's only your home.
Well, technically, I'm not even really from here, but it's the home of a friend who's not here at the moment. But I promised I would help try to take it back.
You must be one hell of a friend.
Not really.
Little senile. At least from what I've been told.
So your not so good senile friend, you promised to liberate a mountain of dragons with a bunch of dwarves.
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Can you, little guy, can you put me back in the rock? Because I think I'm dreaming. You're all crazy.
I am sorry, I am only meant to extract treasures from rubble and debris. I have no means of resealing you without ending your life.
Oy. Well, like, can I see? Like you said, it's like a glass dome. Can I see that I'm underground?
No, you are inside like the main body, so you're in like that iron box that was pulled up into it. You're pretty much in the storage compartment.
Yeah, well, I take it you're going to these other dwarves who basically have a death wish. Can you just let me go when you get there?
As soon as Bimmy's done driving through the magma.
Impressive. All right. Well, anybody want to drink? I mean, we have a time, I guess. Some of you look like you can
Perhaps.
take your alcohol. Some of
Perhaps
you maybe not so
later.
much.
I'm gonna go look for the sword I came here for. It was nice meeting you.
Yes. You have fun there, Reaver, looking for your sword. Why does a, and then he's gonna like turn to like Iggy's like, why does a warg want a sword?
Apparently, it is a dragon slayer.
Oh, so you have a fighting chance. All right, well, that will put things at least a little bit in your favor.
Well, we had a fighting chance when I still had it. Then I lost it. A dragon took it. But hopefully it's here.
You let the dragon take your dragon slayer sword.
Actually,
him-
he threw the sword at the dragon.
I did.
I really wish, you know what? Give me a second. And he just like pulls this like crank like from his side. And he just and he like it like fits back and just like he pulls that respirator above in his mouth. And he's like,
As like you do that, and like any cobwebs of sobriety that you had still up in your mind are gone.
and he's like, oh, better, oh. Oh.
To be fair,
Alright.
the dragon was an asshole.
And with all of that intake, Azarin, your spell slots are restored, and your channel divinities are restored as well.
Oh.
Oh dear.
I approve the Spear Paladin.
Oh, that feels much better.
That's a cleric.
The bear
So
cleric.
much worse.
I don't know what you're talking about. Beer domain is great.
Yeah, he just like, he just like just shakes his head and he's like, there we go. Now the cobwebs have been rattled out of my skull. All right, well, I guess how long is this trip gonna take to get up to where these other dwarves are looking to die needlessly?
As you ask that, a voice comes over like a loudspeaker. We have broken through the outside of the mountain. I need somebody to let me know where I'm going.
Maybe I better check
Fine,
that
I'm on my way.
sword quickly.
Yeah, Marius knows the way. I'll look for the sword.
I'll reach out to our friend, and I'm gonna sending to the same dwarf I sent it to before. So I yet again forgot his name.
Belvar.
I'm bad with names.
Belvar.
Belvar. Again, not gonna introduce myself, but just say we're on our way back in a flying metal spider.
Don't
Don't
attack.
be alarmed.
And the only responses that you hear is, "The fuck was that?" And that's it.
I mean, he got the message. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah,
He-
I sent the message.
he
After
got-
that, it's not my problem.
He got the message. It's just he doesn't know how sending works. Not to
Nope.
mention, once again, you didn't say who you were. It's just a random voice appeared in his head. This poor guy probably thinks he's finally getting into the stages of life where, craziness starts setting in.
That's fair. I'm okay with this as well.
It's just, oh god, I'm turning in the Therian.
Almost worth keeping sending on just to keep sending random messages to this dwarf. I'm
So-
gonna walk back to the corporate cockpit and let Bimmy know that they're aware we're coming.
Okay.
That's not my business.
Reaver, you are searching the area.
I am.
So Iggy leads you over to where the weaponry is stored. And you could see that there are numerous tables spread out in this area that have broken blades and dented hammers and just completely snapped staves. All of them again cataloged, then others are placed up neatly onto wall shelving. They seem to be in better condition. A few dings and chips here and there, but nothing too bad. And then a small collection of them rest in a weapon rack. And Iggy informs you that those are the weapons that were intact enough to be used.
We'll go over and look at those ones first, then see if there's anything there that I recognize.
You recognize a few makes of the blades. They're obviously dwarven, but there's nothing that stands out to you that's the Dragon Slayer. Like you look through the entirety of this area and there's no Dragon Slayer to be found.
There's a lot of good stuff here, but unfortunately not the thing that I'm looking for. Iggy. It was Iggy, right?
That is correct.
How do you locate these objects?
We scan. It's something that's built into us. One of his legs kind of taps his eye. This allows us to see through several feet of metal, earth, anything blocking our way, honestly. Our arcane receptors are then able to pick up any sense of residual magic.
And your Bimmy said that there were several of these collection creatures still out there, right? The one we saw wasn't the only one.
The collector drones, yes, they are all present and accounted for at the moment. They are larger versions of my body, but they're in the machine bay.
Here on this flying thing.
Correct.
I don't suppose they could search for something specific if you told them to.
By word of mouth per se, no. But if you had anything that had any sense of the magical trace on it, it would be easier to track down.
And how would a trace be on an object? Like if I carried the sword that I'm searching for an extended period of time, would a trace be on me? Or does it have to be like magically attached to something?
It's possible if you carried or wielded the weapon for some time, there's some magical essence still on you. How long ago did you lose this blade?
It was a little over a day ago or so.
2 days-ish.
And how long were you carrying before that?
Well, the entire journey here, which took a very long time. Don't really have a grasp of the number of days, but I did wield it for quite a while, and Therian did have me, what was the word he used? Attune to this object.
Oh, you are attuned to it. Perfect. That increases the chances that I may pick up some residual energy. Hold still, please. Kind of begins to walk all over, like walk along your back and everything, scanning every inch of you. Well, you are in luck. I have found a faint signature on you of something of a great magical power. I would assume that this is your Dragon Slayer.
I would assume so as well. I'm not too familiar with these types of things.
Now that we have this, I would be able to share this with the other units. Though we are not currently in a space to retrieve said item.
Of course not. But if, now that they know what they're looking for, if they could keep an eye out for it, that would be very helpful. And of course, I would find some sort of adequate compensation for the assistance.
I will talk with Bimmy and I will get the information shared with the other units, though I can't promise much.
It's already more than I could ask for. I guess with that, I will go rejoin everyone in the cockpit.
Okay. So Marius, you're showing Bimmy specifically where the camp was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a survival roll to see if Cat has his bearings.
Sure. That's not bad. 17?
17. Yeah. Like, you find the camp without a problem. Bimmy kind of brings the vehicle down, the junk truck down into a hover as he flips his switch, and you hear this a hum and straining a bit as a hydraulic lift kind of lowers out in the back of the back of this contraption. I can't necessarily put it down as it does not have legs at the moment, but you can jump out the back. You'll be perfectly fine.
And what about you? I'm sure the dwarves here would like to speak with you.
Well, that is not my purpose at the moment. I must return to... I can't say, but I must return there. Upload this information and then begin the process anew.
Why can't you say where you're going?
It is information that you cannot know, as it would put those who've entrusted me with it in danger.
I see. And can we not convince you to stay a little bit longer? You
Well,
have many useful objects on this junk truck of yours that would aid us greatly, I'm sure.
They have not been properly tested, and it would be irresponsible of me to put them in living hands and if they were possibly damaged.
I'm sure many of those living hands would be happy to take the risk of...
And he shakes his head. It's not something that I am permitted to do. I must take these back to the place I cannot say, where they will be refurbished, repaired, and then sent out back into the world.
See. Still, though, if you could at least speak with the dwarves here, provide them with information about what you learned inside of the mountain. Tell them about the layout of the place, any changes that you may have observed since the dragons moved in. Since, I guess, you showed up after the dragons. Is that what happened?
We haven't had any sort of interaction with the dragons. We've kept to ourselves, mainly sticking to the multiple junkyards and waste disposal areas.
Yes,
we wouldn't
but
be much help.
Your spider creatures, your retrieval units, they've been all over the place, right? Surely they have mapped out areas of travel that are outside of the public eye that perhaps we could use in our taking back of the mountain.
If you feel that optimal routes to waste disposal facilities and junkyards are something that can help you.
It could.
Actually.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll.
That's going to be a solid 7.
I guess I can spare a moment. Didn't want to do this, and he kind of reaches over and flicks another button as a small pair of legs kind of pop up out of the sides of the thing, out of the unit, and it comes to a land, but you can hear that the legs are straining to keep the weight of this craft up. All right, let's head on out. I'll talk to these dwarves and give them any information that I have. I don't know how well this is going to help, but I guess I owe it to you for not destroying my creation.
Thank you. This will be very helpful to us, even if it doesn't immediately seem like it would be. It's anything that prevents us from going in blind is useful. I will exit the craft.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
Yep.
Oh, I'll leave my flying window.
Flying window.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm heading to the dwarven camp to see if I can find some dwarf to get me off this island.
Okay. So all of you exit the junk truck into and make your way into the dwarven camp, but there's nothing but tents here. From the looks of the ground and leftover scraps and everything, the war party has already moved out.
I have. So they're somewhere between here and the mountain.
That's unforeseen. Quick look around. Obvious which direction that they went in.
You can see that there are multiple heavily walked trails leading to various parts of the mountain. And you remember that this was going to be like a multi-pronged attack. This wasn't going to be everyone just trying to force their way down into the front.
Well, I suppose that changes things.
Unfortunate. So, and he kind of taps something on his wrist, and one of the larger retrieval bots comes out of the ship and sort of lands next to him. And he reaches onto his hip and he pulls out a small control box and he hands it over to Marius. I can lend you this bot. It should be able to provide any, I hate to use the word, but tactical information needed. It's also a handy tool at finding magical and damaged goods. If you need anything of this, if you need to come across anything of that nature.
Thank you again for bringing us here. Since the camp has moved on, I suppose if you want to have a look through what they left behind for anything that would be useful to you, feel free to take it.
No, this isn't discarded. This is just forgotten.
There's a difference.
Very much so. Forgotten normally means that people still want it. Discarded is trash.
Forgotten also means it's lost. I thought you collected lost items too.
No, discarded. Hence why waste disposal and junkyards are mainly where we go.
Well, either way, thank you for the assistance. Good luck in your travels to wherever it is you're going.
Oh, I'm up top. Give me a moment. And he kind of presses something on it on his wrist, and a little antenna pops up. Like, strange. I'm getting no signal. What do you mean destroyed? Main host vanished. Simulacrum perished. You're on your own? What? What am I gonna do now? I have a thing full of junk. Well, change of plans. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm sorry, is something wrong?
The main unit that I reported to has apparently either died or have been banished from this plane of existence, and all these simulacrum that he had created to spread across the world have been destroyed.
Sounds like he may have lost whatever battle he was fighting. Did you have many enemies?
I myself had no enemies. Enemies for the main unit? Don't necessarily know. I've never really encountered anyone but him.
So, what do you intend on doing now, then, if you can't return?
Well, the report coming in mentions that everything inside the vault was freed or jettisoned out in an explosion, so I guess I can start the retrieval process for all of that. That should take me a few dozen years.
I don't suppose you'd be willing to stick around for a little while longer, then.
Well, there's no protocol that dictates that I have to get right on this right away. And anything of import has already left this plane of existence by now.
I mean, sounds to me like
Make
you
it
just named
sound
your
like
freedom
some
what you
of that
want.
stuff was alive.
Oh, very much so.
Much like our new friend here, I take it.
Oh, yes. Rare and exotic creatures, beings, things with special qualities, others that lost the contest and were subsequently imprisoned in the vault. I think he called them employees.
Well, I can't say I really understand any of that. But if you're willing to stick around, and you're perhaps in search of those things that you just mentioned, my dwarven companions would be happy to assist you after we've taken our home back. They have many resources.
Right. Well, okay, I'll travel with you. If I'm no use in combat, I have to let you know I'm strictly a repair bot.
That seems fine to me. Somebody capable of repairing our equipment as we damage it in battle can be very useful.
Right. Well, and he kind of turns around and he points a finger at the junk truck as it's pulled into a pocket and sealed.
Can I kind of like lean down real close to Marius? What the hell is going on here?
That is an amazing question.
Oh, it's nothing. I simply opened a gate to a parallel plane, mainly a void, that I just stored it in for safety.
Well, that's well beyond my understanding.
So, like a portable bag of holding hole?
No, it's more like throwing it into a parallel universe and it just resting there.
Yeah, it's a
Right.
substance.
Okay.
See, he pulls back like the tip of his index finger. There's a small key. I was installed with a gate key. In case I ever needed to travel to other methods of existence.
Right. That's totally a thing that I know about. We should get moving before the dwarves get too far.
Good point. Looks like you've got 3 directions to go, so where are we going?
That's a good question. Do I recall at any point during that night that I spent reminiscing with Beldar, did he say which team he was a part of?
Eldar was going to be a part of the main team that was going to be breaching the front of the mountain because that was the closest means of getting to the trams.
Okay. And looking at the 3 potential directions, do I know which one is likely to be that team's direction?
You do, because you know from where you're at what pathway would lead to the most direct route to the cave entrance.
Okay, I will motion down in that direction. We should go that way.
I'm going to assume you know where we're going.
Yes, this is the team that will be heading to the front to make use of the trams. So the sooner we reach them and tell them about the status of the trams, the better.
Sounds like we better get going.
I hate to be a spoil sport, but my biometric sensors are telling me that most of you are in a bit of disrepair yourselves. Would it not be best to rest before making another trek?
Perhaps it would, but we are on a bit of a time limit here.
We need to get to them before they breach into the mountain.
Yep. I can give y'all a bit of healing. You do look like shit.
That would certainly be appreciated.
Mm,
I'm okay on healing. I just wish I had more spell power.
I mean, Farron's a special type of crispy right now.
How sturdy do you think you are?
I'm feeling all right myself. I'm a little hurt, but
Well, you don't
I
look
should
like
be
a spellcaster. I was talking to the lady.
see. I will have you know, actually, I can use a bit of. Never mind.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not.
lady. it's spell power you've been needing, I can help you. But like I said, if you're not stout, it's gonna hurt.
Fine. I have enough to get us through this trek.
Mm. Well, I offered.
In worst case scenario, Soul Weevil can get a little bit more action than gets her currently. And she'll tap her glaive.
So is anyone out of character actually down to hit points? Because
Baron.
Like 80s.
I'm a little over half. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm still triple digits.
I'm 88 out of 124. I should be fine.
I'm full hit points. Fox was the only one not touching the spider when it got electrocuted.
I was safely in ambergris, so
Yeah.
plus I was on the inside, which I'm hoping was, insulated from that, because that just is poor design.
Or the
Look,
best design.
I mean, if the electricity doesn't really bother him as a construct, then yeah, you want to do that because you can get rid of anything that's infiltrated.
Yeah.
If we're not in need of immediate rest or healing or anything, then I guess we start moving.
All right.
Okay, who's leading the train this time?
I'll take the lead.
Okay.
I was gonna say I vote for Beer Bro.
I vote for the guy who has absolutely no lay of the land to lead us. What can possibly
Absolutely.
go wrong?
Those are the fun ones, They lead us to weird places.
Look, Amelia has no problem leading the group if she needs to, but that's what Reaver's here for.
Listen, I'm a ranger. I'm only good at one thing, and that's moving
Ranger?
through my favored train. Give me this, please.
I guess.
So Reaver, you're going to be leading everyone?
Yep.
Okay. What is the marching order here with the group?
I will be riding Reaver just so I don't fall behind.
I'll go behind Reaver.
I'll be next to Reaver.
Okay.
All right. I just want to be in a general area of effect distance to everybody.
You go, Beer Bro. You go. And then they left us. Fuck.
So how are you going to be leading everyone, Reaver?
I think I will probably be relying on my survival to continue tracking the footsteps of the dwarven party.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a survival
Holy
roll.
smoly.
Mr. Sputnik, thank you for that raid. Everyone, welcome on in.
Hi.
That is going to be a 19.
19, nice. Can you give me a percentile roll?
Maybe. Yes, I can. That's an 83.
Nice. So you begin to very easily be and thankfully there's nothing on this the pathway leading up the mountain at the moment. It's just a clear walk. Every now and then you see various corpses, both a dwarven and more some of those petrified dragonoids leading up the way, showing that there were skirmishes of battle every now and then, but the main part of the van has moved forward. given the age of the tracks, they're probably about a half day, 3/4 of a day ahead of you. It's almost as if you going missing at that point in time may have expedited the plan just a bit.
And looking up at the sky, what time of day is it now, approximately?
You're looking probably about 2-3 p.m.
To catch them, we'd probably have to walk into the night, assuming they stopped. Don't like that. Yeah, I guess just pressing onwards.
Are you still going to lead, or are you going to let somebody else take over for this part?
If somebody else wants to take over, they're more than welcome to. If not, I'll continue.
Does anyone want to take over?
Sure.
Okay, Farron.
Sure.
What are you doing?
I would like to use investigation.
Okay. Investigation definitely would work.
Okie dokie. That'll be a 19.
Very good. Okay, go ahead and give me a percentile roll. I lost my words for a moment. I'm like, yeah, the 2 dice,
You know, the 2 dice that do the numbers that are higher than 20.
You know, get the point across.
That'll be a 69.
Nice.
Nice.
So as you're leading everybody up along the pathway, investigating your surroundings, you catch something in the wind that doesn't sit right with you, and you pull everyone off the side of the road, tucked away into a small crevice in the mountain wall. And as you do, this large giant walks down the mountain path past you. Its body, this twisted amalgamation of flesh and dragon scale. On its neck, you can see both its normal giant head, and on either side of it spread out of its neck, 2 separate dragon heads.
It's Ghidorah.
As you can see that its body is heavily wounded, as if it may have gotten out of combat, maybe even within the last couple hours.
Damn.
Along its belt, you can see a couple dwarven bodies sort of swaying off of it, suspended by their hair and beards.
Unless anyone...
shit.
Sorry. Unless anyone wants to intervene against this big boy, keep going.
Oh.
Our goal is too important to stop now. Let's let it continue by.
And as you hear it, a couple moments pass, it gets farther down, and one of the dragon heads goes, "Here is good. Open it up." And the giant just turns, and its arms look like they're being forced to raise as they bring them together with the backs of the hands touching, and they just slowly begin to pull them apart as the mountainside opens for them, as it begins to walk into the mountain.
That's new.
Well, that's a neat trick.
Concerning.
Did it mold Earth?
Sorry, yes, that
It
is
did mold Earth.
Okay. I was like, I know this ability. I played a lot of campaigns. I know this ability now. Okay. I really want to know what's inside the mountain now. She's just gonna give off that curious look like hole.
And if anybody is not taking any action to go after this creature or anything, the mountainside closes behind you or behind it, and you are left alone on the mountain path.
Hmm.
There wasn't a whole lot we can do. I mean, if we were to walk behind it, it would know we're behind it.
we know what's in the hole. It's a giant with 2 dragon heads on it. That's a big nope.
Good to know that they're capable of such magic, though. Yet another thing we can tell the dwarves if they don't already know.
Something tells me they've encountered this thing already.
Yes, I kind of figured that, but you never know. They may have encountered it just wandering out here in the wilds.
True. It did look fairly recently in battle, so maybe we're getting close.
Yes, perhaps they have stopped to fight creatures like this, which would give us an opportunity to catch up.
Yeah.
Reaver, as this conversation is happening, you look up at the sky and you notice dark clouds beginning to loom in, as it looks like tonight is going to bring some snow.
We had better move very quickly or start looking for a shelter. Unless you're prepared to sleep out in a snowstorm tonight.
That I am not. Let's get moving. Get as close as we can.
Okay. Are you foregoing anybody leading, and are you guys just quickly moving up the mountain path? Or are you going to have somebody take point and move as fast as possible?
Unfortunately, if I take point, we move slower. So,
I guess I can take point this time.
Okay.
And I'll use my perception.
Alrighty.
For a 21.
Nice.
And we're not going to use the dice that we used for my divine intervention because those were really low. Good thing. 65.
65. You guys got some good rolls tonight.
Yeah.
While you're not able to make it completely up the path, you've made it a decent chunk, though. As the snow starts to fall, it's going to be a bit more difficult to continue on. Not to mention you're going to risk taking a point of exhaustion. So you are more than welcome to continue to attempt to move forward, or you can attempt to find shelter.
I don't suppose our new cleric friend has any way of creating shelter.
It's a druid thing, my friend.
Summon brewery?
Summon brewery.
I approve.
He's like he's just like his eyes just glass over for a second as he just ponders the thought of being able to summon a brewery at will. He's like as lovely as that would be. Yeah, no, that's not something.
Rojan's like, write that down. Write that down.
I mean, you can summon the temple at a higher levels.
That
That sounds like a brewery to me.
Still not at that level.
I mean the main temple of worship back in our not Arcastis, but not Arcastis, but
Fuck, I forgot what it's called.
I forget. Yeah, I would minimize the screen to look at the map, but that would back in the dwarven capital is technically just a large brewery because that's where the holy meat is made.
Those ones were in Delure, right?
Yeah, it was Delore. It was Delore.
Yeah, I don't remember what level spell lets you pull up a temple, but Shara had it.
Like
Oh,
7th
yeah.
or 8th or something.
Yeah, one of those. I think it was deep magic as well.
Well, let's just find a suitable spot. I can dig a burrow for us. You don't mind sleeping underground, do you?
He looks at you with a condescending look.
I'll just.
I had to ask. I've met a few hill dwarves before.
Can I just
Ew.
find a shelter?
Yeah, I'd like to help look for a shelter.
Okay, so we're gonna make this, since this is not necessarily any path that you would find shelter. This is going to be a group role for survival.
Okay. Cool. I can do survival.
Yeah.
I can't do survival.
All right, Azrin, what'd you get?
19.
Nice. Fox.
Very disappointing 13.
Gilly.
18.
Crudes.
Is that 12?
12. And Raven.
12.
Hey, we were all over 10. That's better than I was expecting.
Okay,
No one's next.
so it's going to be rough tonight. You cannot find any place that would be decent for a burrow to be dug into.
Blame the cat.
Yes, I attempt to dig a burrow, but just dig like half a hole that's maybe big enough for me to curl up in, but still sticking out of the ground.
Pretty much.
I'm curling with you.
Yeah, we're using the ward for heat.
I'm part husky. Huskies sleep outside in the freezing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, they do.
fine.
But they also have a lot of floof, and that's very warm.
I mean,
And-
if you look at the picture, Reaver's got a lot of floof.
Yes, he does.
Sure
A
does.
lot of floof.
He's a floofle.
Warm floof.
But even though he's large, he's not large enough to curl around everybody. So somebody's going to be cold tonight.
We're just gonna lay on top of them and then throw a bunch of blankets on the person on top.
Nope. I'm curling up practically underneath Reaver.
I got 2 floofs to curl with.
I said I'd make shelter, not be shelter.
You are
Well,
now.
you couldn't make the shelter, so you now are the shelter.
Are the shelter.
All right,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Hey, you're large. I'm a small critter. Your front paws are like warm spot.
Okay.
You have a tent that I could pitch over Reaver. That's the top portion of it.
Do you have a tent?
I do have a 2-person tent.
You can make a tent in order to house 2 people.
Yeah.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my tent and take in my my sleeping bag. My bedroll. I have an extra one if someone else wants one. Might have inherited an extra one from Rill.
Voss, you would more than likely have a tent with you as well.
So if I'm reading this correctly, stone shape does not like poof away. So I'm gonna burn a few 4th level slots to stone shape, like a stone like igloo,
A stone glue.
stone glue.
Okay. Are you making it large enough to put to house everybody?
Yeah, I have. Let's see. I have to like use a wall to buttress because I only have 3 4th level slots. But I will basically mold because it says I can manipulate like 5. Is it 5 feet or 5 cubic feet? Let me see. Hold on.
Those are two very different numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know. That's have to double check. Let's see. Stone object of medium size or smaller, more than 5 feet in dimension. Okay, so I can't. Okay, so I can't shape it to any larger than 5 feet in any direction. And I can form it into any shape that suits your purpose. So, for example, you could shape a large rock into a weapon, idol, coffer, small passage through a wall, yada yada yada. So I'm basically gonna burn all 3 of my 4th level slots, and I'm just basically gonna make like, you know, I'm just gonna make like
Like a stone awning.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make like 3 5-foot breaks, and buttress them close to the wall,
Okay.
and just have like a janky like stone glue thing.
That'll work. That'll work. And if you make a fire, that would supply you guys with enough heat to not freeze tonight.
I don't have anything that can actually catch a fire. Been in an ambergris for 63 years, so.
I do. I have a whole rack of things that can make fire.
Yeah, everybody looks like a wizard. Give us fire, wizard.
Okay, what am I making on fire? Do we have anything?
I have
Do
a
we
bunch
have
of
enough wood
torches
for a
to
mini
light 'em up.
campfire?
We're on a mountain, right? Well, we can find some trees and shrubs and stuff to gather some wood.
Yeah, Ranger.
All right, that's me. But I don't have hands. You expect me to chop down trees? Okay,
You're a warg, sir.
I'll go out and collect some wood.
Give me a survival roll with disadvantage.
You have built-in limb cutters.
Yeah.
A 12 on both dice, so that will be an 18 total.
Okay. You find barely enough wood to last you throughout the night.
Maybe make it a small fire.
Small fire. I can do small fire.
I have torches, which should be wood base. If we split the wood, if you can break the wood in half, we can make sticks out of it.
This is true.
So
Sacrifice your torches to not freeze.
yeah. Well, I toss out 5 torches and we can break them in half and make wood out of them. That should supplement what we need to make it through the night.
Most definitely.
And I have the power to make fire by casting poison spray with substituted as fire.
Okay.
That produces too, but I like your idea better. It's so much more fun.
I cast poison spray. I mean fire spray.
Fire spray.
He just pulls out an aerosol can and a lighter.
Pretty much. It's like, okay, well, let's make sure this is lit.
Yeah, it's lit. All right,
There's
so
no room for error.
Food wise, how are you guys getting your evening nourishment?
A good sack lunch.
Oh yeah.
Which Kitty has, because I do believe if you didn't write it down, I gave you rolls.
I do have that written down.
Okay.
I don't have any of that stuff on me, but because of the natural explorer thing, I can go out and find my own food without issue.
Okay.
More
Great
rabbits.
thing about you, boss, you don't need food. You take a hit off that beer, you're fine.
Hell yeah.
That beer is pretty much the ale that or the mead that you carry in that giant keg on your back is pretty much your lifeblood.
All right, so I know these things have to be refilled.
Oh, that's the great thing. As long as your heart is beating, it produces its own alcohol.
I love this thing. Oh,
There's one thing you will never see a beer cleric or beer paladin without, and that is their armor. And that is because they're technically fused inside of it.
Never let this guy take a breathalyzer.
No.
No, sobriety will actually start messing them up.
yep.
Like in order to cast their spells, they have to be drunk.
Yep.
Yep. You guys are all like, nomming and noshing. It's like I'm like looking at you pull like stuff out this like, tiny ass sandwich bag.
Yeah, just this brown paper bag, and the people are like pulling out turkey dinners and stuff.
Yeah, just full meals.
And you're just like, interesting. And then he just basically puts his little respirator on, and you just was like, oh well, I guess we're eating.
That's right. You huff that beer.
He's like,
That's
liquid
all I
lunch.
hear is huffing.
Myers, but we have time. Do you have enough power left to figure out what this coin is that I'm carrying around? Makes me a little comfortable carrying around something completely unknown.
Oh,
Femi kind of perks up at the mention of the coin. He's like, yes, you mentioned you had one of the onyx coins, as you called it.
we do.
May I see it?
Or pull it out of the haversack, hoping it's still wrapped in that cloth we put around it.
It was paper. I origamied it.
Yeah. So I'm hoping when I pull it out of the haversack, by thinking about it, that I get the paper too.
He takes the coin, unwraps it, grabs it, and starts looking at it. He like whistles for the one of the retrieval bot that he brought with him, and he holds it in front of it and he begins to scan it on both sides. He hands it back to Amelia.
I'm just going to take it back with the paper.
You do not have to worry. It is not magical. It is quite literally just a coin. As I said, we had 3 others in storage.
What purpose? Who uses obsidian as a currency?
As there's like a high pitched beep from the retrieval bot as it brings out a projection of a map. And you can see the outlines of the 3 coins begin to come, or the 4 coins come together, and it overlays onto the map precisely.
That's creepy.
Well, it seems
What's it mean?
it's a marker. A marker to what? I do not know, but we now have an answer as to why the coins were so messed up to begin with. They weren't messed up. You just needed all 4 of them.
Location?
Judging from the map, the center of the mountain. Strange. That would be the magma core. He looks over to Reaver. You're from here, right?
More or less, yes.
What would be in there? Aside from the obvious answer.
Something valuable enough that you need an entire mountain to protect it, I would imagine.
Well, that's obvious. Information for another time, maybe after, well, we get rid of the dragons.
Yes, I mean, it's a home of many generations of dwarves. It could be anything.
Maybe one of the other dwarves will know.
Perhaps we can ask them when we catch up.
Indeed.
Giant.
I wonder if it has something to do with the dragons coveting the dwarf's home. It's that valuable.
A possibility.
Yes, quite possible. I have some concerns, but I don't think it's anything we need to worry about yet.
Agreed. First things first is all of you need sleep. Unlike me, your bodies begin to deteriorate without the proper nutrition and rest.
Mine has been deteriorating for years.
So, after you have your good sack lunches and liquid food, is anyone going to be taking watch tonight, or are you just going to sleep throughout?
I can take a watch.
Same.
I can definitely try.
I don't think I'm gonna take a watch. I think I'm just gonna sleep and nap through straight to morning.
Gonna reaver it.
Yep.
Let all the kids do the work.
Yep.
Old man needs his rest.
I don't recall Therian taking a single watch in part 1, so I'm gonna stick with that trend and not take any watches as Reaver.
I'll take a watch.
Okay. So we got time for a one watch roll for tonight. So let's who wants to go first and doom the party?
Ooh, me.
Rowden said it first. He can go.
Yay.
Okay, Farron. So the snow outside right now isn't too bad. From the light from the fire, you can make out maybe about 5 feet outside of the little the stone glue that Voss made.
Okay. That's horrible.
It is. Vision's not great at, in the middle of the night on the side of a mountain. Completely lost the bag for. Oh, there's the bag for the deck.
Since I only need 4 hours for my trance, I'm going to stay awake for Farron's watch.
Okay. So Farron, how are you going to how do you want to do your?
How do I want to? Do you want an honest answer?
I want an honest answer. How would you like to do
Very
your
well.
watch?
I've done it before. Let's see if I can do it again. I like to intimidate nature.
Okay. Very
Didn't end
well.
last time.
How
It hasn't ended well anytime.
are you
in?
intimidating
Yeah.
nature?
Doesn't Farron have,
Resting bitch face. That's literally how I'm doing it.
It's just gonna
doesn't
mean
Farron have
mug.
terrible charisma?
Like if something looks at me, don't fucking come near me type of deal.
Gonna mean mug the air.
I'm gonna mean mug.
Are
everyone.
you doing
like a
that?
bird looks at me,
Okay, are you doing that outside, or are you going because you can't necessarily intimidate anything from the inside of
yeah, I'm doing it outside.
Okay, give me intimidation with disadvantage and then give me a constitution saving throw.
Oh god damn.
It's cold outside.
It's cold outside, it's snowing. You're on the side of a mountain
That's true.
in a part of the world that doesn't necessarily know what summer or sunshine is.
All right, here we go. Double 19s for 28.
28. Okay, give me a constitution saving throw.
I can do that. Con save? Actually, that's not bad. Hold on. Nat 20 for 28.
Nice. Now give me percentiles.
Oh god damn it.
That's what we were
Yeah, no,
waiting
no, no.
for.
That's where I fucking
That's where it all goes tits up.
yeah. Okay. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
Stop.
95.
Nice. So you sit out there and you just like lean against the edge of the stone glue, arms crossed, just giving the most do not mess with me look on your face. And you're just there staring into darkness. Nothing comes by. You're cold. Hurts a little bit, but you don't take any sort of damage. Though as soon as your watch is up, you're rushing back inside to warm up. Kind of questioning if it was even a good idea at all to just stare blankly into the darkness.
It's always great to stare into the darkness. Hey, if nothing happens on my watch, it's a good watch.
Is it though?
Well, that's the downside.
Okay,
But
so
yes.
who is next? Who's taking the second watch here? Because I think, Amelia, you're going to go into your trance now after.
I can take a watch and then go into my trance.
Okay, yeah. So you see Farron rush inside, like rubbing her arms and everything. Is snow just all over her body.
Like a little goblin.
I'm gonna go to the entrance of our stone glue, just to give myself the best lookout and use my perception.
Okay, and you have dark vision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can make this without disadvantage.
So it's gonna be 28.
Very nice.
And then percentiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
54.
54. It's boring. You maybe see a singular bat in the night sky, and that's it. Everything around you is silent, a bit unnerving. The only thing that's around you is the howl of the air as it's blowing, sending a bit of a cold chill within the doorway of your makeshift domicile. But aside from that, you're fine. No yetis or giants throwing bear corpses at you.
Take it. Since Voss did say that they would take a watch, I'll go wake them up.
Okay.
And then go take a seat up against the wall and go into my trance.
Voss, you are up for your watch.
New character, new roles. Let's find out.
Alrighty.
How are where? Okay, what are you using for your watch? Let's get that out of the way.
Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. I haven't picked the background yet, so I don't have any extra stuff. I am going to try, even though it's been done already, actually I'm gonna do perception.
Okay. And where are you like heading anywhere specific, or are you just looking on out the doorway?
I'm basically I'm just like guarding the inside of the doorway.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the perception roll.
Anything that like is dumb enough to step in that doorway that is not a friend is gonna get whomped. Oh, that's not good. That is a 7.
A 7.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and give me that percentile roll.
The sucky thing is, I rolled a 2, and when I roll a 2 on this die, for every time the 20 stares at me in the face. So it's just like, it's just fucking mocking me. It's like, oh, if it just a little bit more oomph, it could have been a 20. Like, fuck you, I should crack you with a hammer, you little bitch. Alright. You assholes do. Oh, great. You motherfuckers, dude. You try to kill everybody on Saturday, but you want to kill me today. Fuck you, bastards.
Yep.
29.
29. So as you're looking outside, about an hour passes, nothing necessarily happens. But as The second hour of your watch starts rolling in. Rushing up the mountain path, you hear numerous footfalls start charging towards you. And as you look outside, there are these small, twisted creatures covered in this black ichor. Faces almost deformed, but you can make out what looks to be maybe canine skulls or some sort of larger variation, like a wolf or a warg. But they're bipedal, running on two legs, hands cupped close to their chest as they keep rushing towards you. It's about 4 of them. And that is where we are going to end for the week.
Yay.
I almost forgot where we were at in the world and what kind of crap will come out of that.
Are we in werewolf territory again?
Well,
we're in the black ichor of everything world.
You're in the same part of the world where Sonata takes place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Around the time where the Shadow War is taking place in other parts of the land. So, yeah, not a great time to be out at the middle of the night.
No.
But that is going to do it for us tonight. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If this is your first time here, this is not the only show that we do. Upcoming this Sunday, normally it's a Saturday time, but upcoming this Sunday as we're doing a special time conversion because we've got a couple people who have Saturday commitments, is another episode of Withered Wastes, which is a post-apocalyptic 5th edition game that I run for a bunch of individuals that I feel sorry for with the hell that I put them through. Upcoming on this is true. Upcoming on, I believe, the next Monday is another episode of Chimera Collective on the 27th.
Yeah, we moved it to next Monday.
Yep. And that is DM'd by our wonderful friend Kiara. And then coming up next week on Tuesday is another episode here with us with Into the Wildlands, which is what you're watching now. And then the following Saturday will be another episode of our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign of Wayward Wanderers, which is DM'd by Azarin. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in, and we will see you on Sunday.